got two ways to do this. You can build it up in a capacitor, catch it, discharge it into the battery, and then you want to repeat this process over and over and over. But what you really want to do is you want to go as fast as you can without a capacitor, for the simple fact is you want to put a lot of this radiant energy to the source.
Hello, I'd like to tell you about a science
Anybody there? Testing 1, 2, 3. There, Mike. Mike. There.
Yeah, someone says,
Cool. I'm sorry. I'm lagging. I'm going to shut down one of the tabs I have open. Should quicken the speed.
can you hear me?
I hear
I
you,
hear
Mike.
you. All right, cool.
What's going on, brother man?
So I took a screenshot here so we can go look at this better, you know.
You know, it's my channel, so you can play the video and I can explain exactly what's going on.
All right. Where's that?
It's on my channel.
You see it?
Yeah, see the power wave?
On the
Power
top?
wave. The power wave is in black, okay?
On the right bottom there?
Yeah, that's the power. But it's what they call VAR power, volts, amps, reactive power. And the conversion is how you convert the power into reactive to active. And it's the simple way I show to do it right there.
Slow down though. When you reactive is not active?
Reactive power is the ping pong energy that's said to vibrate within a tank circuit, but I call it a bell circuit. And it's easier to understand as a bell because a lot of people, they'll try
So it's not usable?
Well, it's
when you say not active.
It's not yeah, you have to convert it. You have to take the reactive power and convert it to active power. Yeah, it's usable though, for sure.
So it's sitting in a static a static state, or it's not dynamic?
Well, there's many methods of conversion, right? And that's just one method I show on here. And it's a simulation, and Avermenko plugs. The simulations don't understand what an Avermenko plug is, so it doesn't actually.
Yeah, I'm rusty on all the history around stuff revolving around electricity. I never really researched any of this stuff. I just had a career doing electric, and that's
I
never really dug into it.
I've been around Ivy League graduates that don't understand it as well as you do, and that's why I'm a fan of yours. You understand it more than some of these people that proclaim that they know better than us, and they don't. It's just a matter of perspective, and I respect you as the way you think.
I have some, I have some training on the subject. I went to ITT.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Ivy League, they can say whatever they want, but unless you put your hands on it and you really study it, what really?
Right. The ITT didn't teach me anything other than the component level stuff, but it was the actual field experiences.
Right.
That
the field,
the hazards involved.
If you could view the field as a potential, have you ever seen fractal?
Why don't I hear myself? Okay, that's weird. I hear you on the microphone, but I don't hear me speaking. I guess weird. I guess okay. Is that how the StreamYard works?
Have you seen Fractal Lady?
I've heard of I think Fractal Lady in particular on YouTube, right?
Yeah, if you see
I've come across her channel, I think.
If you can, I started off trying to view the fields, but if you can view the potentials, it's really easier to view it. The fields.
See, that's where my vision is diminished. I don't have an artistic eye.
Right. And it's all geometry. Geometry is very important.
Yeah, no, I have understanding of geometry basics, but when you dig into the advanced shit, easy to
Yeah.
lose me.
No.
You know, like all
Yeah.
the. I mean, I get the angles and how they relate. I don't. I mean, like how they, how they could put the shapes together. An artist can do that. They can combine
Yeah.
shapes in ways that you'd have to be an artist to know how to do.
It is an art. I mean, I would say it's
And
not a
that's when you
science.
talk about the field. That's the shape, right? The geometry of the field you're
Right, and
talking about.
how to augment them,
Yeah.
because you have to know Q factor is important. If you want to make a bell or a tank circuit, you
When you
have
say
to have.
augment the field, what do you mean? Change the shape or?
Well, okay, it just vibrate like you're hitting a bell. Like most people, when they think of a circuit with a transistor, they're hitting the bell with the same frequency as the clapper within the bell and thinking that they're getting something out. But you just have to hit the clapper every once in a while to resonate the bell. And you want the bell to ring, you want to just hit it periodically.
You're not talking about the clapper, are you? The real.
Yeah, the
You're talking about that
clapper.
the device, the clapper, the
The
on-off thing.
No, the clapper is the technical term of that dong within the bell.
Oh yeah. See, that's where I'm like the semantics. How people like to use certain terms to describe what's going on. It's just I am not there with that.
Yeah,
The,
but all I'm saying is
I
when
don't
you hit,
understand those
like
terms.
what,
I just
all,
lost you on the clapper, for instance. But I get you
yeah,
now.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Let me explain one more time. Okay, so when you use a transistor, a lot of times you're turning off and on the circuit at the same time as the clapper within the bell, and that's stupid. You just want the clapper
Mm.
to hit the bell periodically to have it ring, is what I'm trying to say there. So the clapper frequency can be very low, but the ring frequency can be whatever ring you want.
And the best time to do that is when the signal starts dropping. At that point,
Yeah, I purposely dampen it because show that video. You'll see that it grows
it's
to
playing
yeah, it grows to 2 kilowatts. So I shut it off because it's
in black,
unreasonable. Huh?
the black graph.
Yeah, it grows to 2 kilowatts, and I'm like, at this point, something's gonna blow up because it's less than 3 watts peak going in, but you're getting
And you
you
measured
know,
this.
huh? It's a
You
simulate.
it's on
Yeah,
the.
it's a
Oh, this was
simulation.
it was done with the simulation. Okay, and the simulation gave this readout. I see.
Yeah, I'm just exploring and showing because with the simulation, I didn't have much money and I can O-scope whatever circuit I can imagine in my head, but you have to know how to build a circuit, and it's a good point to learn how to build circuits with simulations because you can test them without no scope and probe it
And
virtually like
that
I'm
I
doing
can't
here.
read the literature, the wording in the graph in black. What does it say there?
It's power.
It says power, real like watts.
Yes, but that's volts, amps, reactive
Let's see.
power.
Okay, wait. Max 2.4
You see how it's
kilowatts
growing? I had to cut the simulation off because
capacitor.
like realistically once you get over 3,000 watts you're probably going to blow something up. So I'm trying to be realistic with it, but you can grow the amplitude as high as you want. I mean, once you understand it's
But that's the voltage amplitude, though. But I see
yes.
it says kilowatts there. In the simulation.
Yes, that's the power wave, but it's volts, amps, reactive, and that's why I'm saying it's important to
It's
understand.
unconvert. It's unconverted static watts. You're saying
Do you see on the okay the primary wave?
you're saying energy that has no motion applied to it. No.
Okay, look at what I'm doing on the secondary side of the transformer. Okay, I'm boost
No
belling
copy.
the primary, and on the
Hold on.
secondary,
Give me a
do you
second.
see?
I gotta load this the video on another screen here so I can see it better. Where is it? It's right there.
And you see how the waves will just continue to grow, but I cut the simulation off because it would explode in reality. Like you're putting in less than 3
Okay, where'd you
watts and
say to
getting,
look? The top? You said to look at the secondary?
yeah, see, it looks like a pitchfork or something, right?
Is that the coil on the top and the primaries on the bottom of the vertical, the horizontal coil? It's sitting
It's
horizontal?
see the app. Do you know what a AV plug is, Avermico plug?
No.
Okay, so on the very top of the simulation, you see those 2 diodes that are pointing
AV
in the
plug,
same.
okay. All right.
That's
Electrolytic canister plus minus. Oh, okay. So you created a DC plug or something like that.
it's an open circuit mic.
But it's like you got those diodes there to make it DC, huh?
So what I can explain it as is for every pump of the wave
Electrolytic canister.
it's just one example though. It like whenever I did my first presentation, I spoke of a Tesla
Is your
Tesla
source the 12.6 V lead acid battery at the bottom or solar panel?
I did that as an example, but a solar panel, like Elon Musk, like imagine a kilowatt like on the size of a 20-watt panel. Like you just need a 20-watt panel and you can get kilowatts.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Well,
You know?
you had to build it up. Obviously, you could 20 watts every. What is it? 20 watts a second.
Look at the power peak input, okay, compared to the output.
In the graph.
Yeah, on the bottom.
Okay.
You see the peak power input is less
in
than
black.
a watt. Okay, and then look at the power output.
We're talking about the black graph, right?
Yes.
Peak power input. I see max 565 watts. Minimum 565 watts. Doesn't show. Peak power input. Where do you see that?
On the left side, there's see that little pulse in? That's all that's going in.
All the way to the left graph, voltage source.
Second to the left, that little pulse.
Max 2.15 milliwatts voltage source. Is that
less like almost a quarter watt, right? That's all that's going in there is that little bitty pulse. No, man,
that's the simulation.
What I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, man. Once you understand that all I'm putting in is
max 11. What's the one to the right of that? Where 11.26 volts inductor.
That's the voltage scope because like the simulation can't handle an Avermico plug. But there's other ways to convert that power into active power. That's just one example, you know.
Well, if it's not, so you're saying it's not active, then that's a static reservoir of some kind. It's a static energy.
I've thought of very advanced things in the future that just run off static, to be honest. But
so your source is 2.16 milliwatts at 26 milliamps and 7. The volts seem to vary on the input.
Well, the inductor. The input's going through a makeshift boost converter.
38 volts, 3600. It gets as high as 36 volts.
Yeah, just watch it go off for a little bit. You know what I mean? And you have to appreciate that. If
you oscillate this is the buck boost doing the oscillation. I mean the pulsing.
The drive is what I refer to as a boost bell.
So the boost bell is doing the pulsing. Here.
Well, the relay is a single pole double throw SPDT.
Right.
And you can put it in a vacuum in a mason jar. Like
I see that.
You know what I mean? Like if you don't want to hear buzzing and stuff.
Single double throw.
Yeah,
the capacitor C1.
The action that relay is making is important to understand why. Because like I said, the clapper frequency is very low compared to the
single pole
bell frequency. The bell
you're switching the positive here.
Yeah, you
or
just want the
sorry.
bell. You want the bell to ring, but you want to use the clapper sparingly. You know what I mean?
You're,
You just want to clap the bell like at a resonant frequency.
you're switching two inductors. Looks like.
Yet the thing is, like, it's the switch, though. You see that? Whenever a
It's
transistor tries to
run by the
perform
tank
that,
circuit.
yeah, if a transistor tried to perform that operation that I'm showing, it would fry. You know that. A relay.
So you're not using a transistor here?
No, I'm using a relay. The only way to do this, in my
There's a relay.
opinion, yeah,
Right, because that
because
flyback killed it.
yes, transistors would fry. Like
Yeah, every
I'm
time, right?
allowing it to vibrate.
You
I'm
know, and
opening.
transistor's not really a switch. It's just a junction that is
Yeah.
polarized. But
Yes.
maybe that's why it fries, because it never really.
Yeah.
There's
It's
no
not meant to
disconnect.
perform the operation that I'm showing here.
It doesn't
If you
disconnect. Is what you're saying. It
right.
doesn't open really. It doesn't
Yes.
truly open to air or whatever. It's like.
Exactly. It's the switch and commutation. Like Tesla started
Mm.
with a commutator as his first patent, and people don't understand the importance of the switch. Like you can have so many different
Well, we
coils
talk
that do
about
so.
it. We talked about the transistor like a switch, just so that we can, get a
Yeah, and
concept
and
going.
and like I said, everybody wants a fast switch, but a relay, I can switch at 60 hertz and get 6,000 hertz on the other side because I'm boost belling it.
What I think is
It's
going
not
on is when you remove contact from whatever side you're switching, the positive or the negative.
exactly right.
It's when you
You're
remove that contact, the
yes,
the
but the only
barometric
way to
pressure
do
from
that,
around the device is pushing back in.
but the only way to do that that I'm aware of very easily
That's the
is with
pressure that
this.
comes into the circuit. That's where that's what you want to capture.
Right. And the only way to do it easily is with the relay because like I said, I can hum it at 60
Okay, I see
hertz
what you're
and
getting at
still
here.
I can hum it at 60
So the
hertz and it'd be
so you're
fine.
you're capturing it by having the one side of the switch connected to a capacitor.
Well, capacitance is where I'm saying you get your current,
And
you
the
know.
other and look at this though. The other side of that capacitor is connected to to one of the inductors and the other inductor, but across the battery.
See, Mike, that's why I love you, man. You're getting it. But I'm
So
not
that
trying to
that enables the pressure from outside to channel back into the circuit. Not only the circuit, but actually one side it can go to the battery, the positive side of the battery,
well, what I'm showing in this simulation
and the other
is
side it can go to the other coil, the coil.
what Don Smith called a trumpet wave.
And because that the one side it goes to the positive of the battery, it also it's the coil that was induced is hitting the other side, the negative of that same battery.
If I can say one thing, Mike.
So what you got is two coils hitting the battery on each side. One
If I
on
can
one side,
say
one on the
one
other.
thing, Mike, think that
I see what's
there's
going on
two
here. I now that
think
you
think that there's
talk
two
about it.
different frequencies going on. There's the frequency of the clap within the bell, and then there's the bell that rings at its natural
I see the
frequency.
clap now. The clap is the arm, the single pole.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. I could throw it at 60 hertz and still get 6 million hertz if I want. It's all up to the Q factor of the bell.
The arm.
Yeah, the bell once the capacitor loads and switches, that's hitting the bell, and that's the clapper frequency could be 60 hertz, but the bell can be any frequency I choose to design it to be.
It's hitting the coil. You mean?
Yeah, and 60 hertz is all you need to do that. Like
You want
people
it? You mean
think
you like they hit the coil at 60 hertz, or whatever?
the relay. I can drive it at 60 hertz and get whatever frequency I want.
Right, and then
Like
you'd be hitting you hit the coil with voltage at that frequency.
yeah, I use a pulse width modulator to do it, but you can use Bedini methods if you want to sacrifice a current and drive it back and blah blah
It's
blah.
all switching either way you look at it.
Exactly. The switching is the key, and like I said, there's so many different beautiful coils and everything, but it's really
Talk to
not
me
the
about the top left there. I see kind of what's going on from the source into the two inductors on the two sides, and the rectification. I'll figure out the diode later on that. But I
Okay,
see
so
the top coil there. Is it 2 coils up there or 1? Where it says 3. Looks like a 3. 3. No, it's XFMR. What is that?
that's the transformer. And
So there's 2. So it's a 2 coil, two windings in that transformer.
well, for every
1 to 4.
transformer,
Okay, I see. 1 to
but
4.
yeah, I specified the ratio.
I got to get reading glasses, so I have to blow this stuff up just to see anything.
I feel you. No, I
It happens
understand.
when you turn 40. Yeah, so I
Well,
didn't get.
what I'm trying to get at is you can radiate power, and you have to just learn how to put a sail up to catch it. And people don't know how to put the
What
sail up to
is
catch it.
transformer? Okay, XFMR. That means transformer. Okay, 1 to 4, 1 turn, 2 coils. You're stepping up the voltage, and it's heading out to that plug, higher
Yeah,
voltage.
because each time it goes through a diode, it's going to drop voltage. So you want to put it at least 1 to 4. That was just the example, but you probably want 1 to 20, to be honest.
Right. Well, whatever you want to do, right? And
Right.
the voltage. So what's going on? You're trying to make 120 AC basically with that ratio.
Yeah.
And,
And that's off a 12-volt battery. You know what I mean? Or a solar panel or whatever. Like what I'm.
So what's the deal with the plug? You got 2 diodes there rectifying a DC pulsed AC simulation wave into DC for the plug, or?
Okay, so I can't really see it too good, but imagine each time the magnetic field in the transformer expands and collapses, it's going to cause an alternating
Right.
current in the secondary.
And that would head out to that plug.
But the secondary is going to pull some electrons from one side, deposit it into the earth, and then extract the electrons once again and deposit it into a canister. And you can charge canisters positive or negative with that method. And that's the Avraменko plug. So you're taking the secondary and you're not creating a loop. You're keeping the system open.
The diodes are getting you your polarity. I see.
Yeah, you're using the diodes almost like the separator in a battery, but you have, say, vinegar in one canister and baking soda in the other to give you acid and basic, but each time it withdraws electrons and puts it in the earth, it's also going to withdraw the earth electrons and put it into the other canister, and it's an open system, so there's no
I see.
back EMF issues.
Unless you load the plug.
Well, that's going to be your capacitance. So in this design, it's really just efficient.
Well, still, yeah, you got those diodes there. If you did load the plug,
it's
the diodes would stop
it's not trying to run any motors or doing anything like that. The whole point of this is to show that you can store much more energy within acid and alkaline canister relative to ground than that you would naturally suspect out of, say, a 20-watt solar panel.
Oh, so I forget. I didn't know that the AV plug was a chemical device.
Well, the AV plug is going into a chemical device that I explained on Nathan's channel. It was like a fluid Tesla turbine. But in one of the canisters, I would put an acid, and the other one I would put an alkaline.
Right.
But
you get 2 different pH values and you create that potential differential there.
Naturally, yes.
And
it's
that's
all
that's what
to
the AV
ground
plug is.
Yeah, and it's all reference to ground without a loop. Once you loop it, that's where you get Lenz's law interfering. But an open system like this is just open, and you don't have to worry about it.
So you don't really plug into this plug. You either draw a negative or you draw a positive off of it.
Well, each time the transformer magnetic field flips polarity, it's going to induce the
flip.
Yeah. So you're getting an alternating current, but the AV plug is a way to keep the circuit open. Yeah, and it doubles the voltage. If instead of those
I'm
canisters,
confused though. Why do you see rectification as keeping the circuit open? Like
look on the right side, I'm just grounded, right?
on the right? Yes, I see
So
that.
I'm not looping that ground back into either one of those sides of the AV plug.
No, you're going straight into the ground.
So it's an open circuit. I'm not
But the
looping it.
diodes, I mean the rectification, not the ground. Why does the rectification to that plug keep it from the closed circuit? Because
Because
when you plug something in there,
the ground is not physically making
oh,
a
I see. Yes, I see it now. Okay. Yes, thank you.
loop.
Because you're throwing the power out the left side, not the right. I get you. I get.
What is taken from the earth is received back, like it's a neutral ground, and then those canisters can be positive and negative. It's a storage, like
I
it's
see.
not
Yeah.
good for loads. It's just good to store
Well, you're
energy.
sending a positive out the left side there into that plug,
Yes, yeah.
and if
So
any negative that comes through,
it's on each field reversal of that transformer.
right, it's like AC, like rectifying AC, right?
Yeah, so as it bells, it's literally pumping electrons from one canister, putting it in the earth, and
Oh, okay, right.
extracting it back into the other canister. So the earth
And by
remains
grounding
neutral.
out the one half of the cycle each time, you keep it open.
Yeah, the
Circuit.
earth remains neutral. It
I see.
doesn't have any gain or subtraction of charge in that case.
And
But
if you
you're
used
pumping.
your own ground, if you sent that other half of that signal back to the negative of the battery, what would you be? You close the circuit, right? That's closed circuit.
As long as you don't take the right hand side that's grounded and loop it back to the left hand side.
Which would be the negative of your source battery. The only place I could think you could put it.
No, just on top of the simulation. You could either loop it back to positive or negative or in between,
Really?
right? You see that?
Positive source?
Yeah, it's open source. So the
Right. You
only,
see, I don't know. I don't read these books, so I don't have the understanding of what they really mean by open circuit and closed circuit. I mean, when you put a load on
this
the
is an
circuit,
open
you're
circuit. That's
closing
why
it.
I'm trying to chat with you because I love you, dude. I'm trying to save you headaches that I had to go through to
So
get.
you mean like a closed circuit is like your hot leg on the grid with the neutral line? That's your closed circuit? And if you just
Yeah,
use the hot leg of the grid and not the neutral, and you sent it to ground instead of the neutral, you're open circuit.
maybe it depends on the resistance of the ground in that situation, but I don't want to go there. But yes,
So you're open circuit with the earth is what you're saying,
yes.
not
It's in,
your
because
chassis ground or your circuit itself.
yeah, when you go open circuit, thermodynamics is out the window. It doesn't even matter, and they'll admit that. I mean, they know
Makes
that's true. It's only true for closed systems, and that
it makes
system is
sense. It
open.
makes sense because you're not confining the your own radiation to
Right.
itself.
But the whole goal of that type of system though is not to run a load, it's just to store a bunch of energy. So you can use a 20-watt panel to get close to 2 kilowatts if you tune it right. And it's just to store it within batteries, capacitors, whatever you want to store it.
Yeah.
There's no load really particularly in mind with that, but it's a template just to show that you can augment the amount of power coming off. And it's very obvious. I mean, it's all displayed on the bottom there with the scopes.
Augment it with the load.
There
Like
is the load here is the battery bank or the capacitor bank.
it's not the
You're
plug.
just, the whole goal of this circuit is to just store as much energy as you can from like under a 3-watt input. You get over 2.5 kilowatts. I mean, that's what this shows. So,
Yeah, but those 2.5 kilowatts are sitting in a static realm, which motors do. You can't seem to get that to go into the motor. Because it's a coil,
if
and the
your
coil
load's
is
a
not.
motor, if your load's a motor, I can discuss that, but it is load dependent. Like it matters if you're trying to lights, or it matters what your end game is to design it, you know. But it's design, it's an art, like you said.
The whole open circuit, closed circuit thing is still foggy with me. It's like I understand closed circuit is the grid basically. You're plus, you're hot, and you're neutral, and you're just returning the power you use through the bulb back into the area where the power came from.
Well, could you show a video on my channel once more?
Sure. What's it called?
It's open circuit. It's got some neons.
It's on the miscellaneous.
Yeah.
Open circuit. Open systems.
Yeah, that might be it.
Oops, wrong button. Present. Which one is that? Okay. Is it up? Pop up?
Yes. See, there's no connection between the neons.
Okay,
There's
I see the neons.
There's no cable connecting the outsides. They're just sitting there, open.
Oh, yeah, okay, right.
And whenever a signal's passed through, you don't need to connect the circuit to close it. That's what this shows.
Right, yeah, and I've seen these demonstrations, and it's done with high voltage. Correct? Am I correct?
Yeah, but I control the voltage with the pulse width modulator, so it's a little bit more in depth.
Are you talking in the video here? I don't know.
Yeah, you're correct.
So right, so that my explanation for that is very simple. It's not a mysterious explanation. The air is grounded through moisture, and the high voltage has enough potential to cut across the air and ground out. And
but I can set them on
channel.
Both sides of the room. I could put one side on one side of a mountain and the other side on the other side of a mountain.
Yeah, because you're transferring a high voltage potential into a lesser potential, which is to be the Earth. Or
yeah, but it doesn't need a closed circuit.
No, I totally get that part of the systems of
that's the first
energy
step
systems.
Understand.
I understand that.
People don't get that.
No, I get that totally. I get that totally. Totally get that. I just don't see how we can do that practically with components yet, and make it run more than just lights. And
bro, I just showed you how to do it with the relay. Dude, Tesla was doing it with relays.
But what are those lights? Those are LEDs or those neons? The high voltage 100-volt neons? Or
yeah, those are neons, and
and they're in series.
I used the PWM to drop the voltage just to get them lit up to not burn them. I'm only sending like 2,000 volts through that whole 2,000. Day.
Okay,
yeah, so I can control what I put through it.
Well, 2,000 volts, actually 2,000 volts, in my opinion, is not enough to reach ground from the air. It's
I mean, I get you, but we're going to have to talk about that later. All I'm saying here is, I can go up, just by using the pulse width modulator. So people think you just run the taser module. No, I use the pulse width modulator for a reason. And Joe Legacy is really the one that turned me on to that. So I give him credit for that.
So you can't get the voltage to the ground. I mean, the way I see this whole thing is you got a potential here, and it's only going to travel to a lesser potential. And it's not going to go anywhere else. Travel or distribute its potential. It's not going to be able to distribute its potential to a greater potential. This is just the
potential. The potential is dropped across each of those neons on the positive and negative without anything connecting to them. The potential is dropped and giving kinetic
into the neons. But though you're saying that
Yes.
neons are not acting like a transporter to the lesser potential, because
No.
that's what I think is going on.
No, I'm just saying, like, the reason it's open is because the potential is dropped across those. It's a demonstration to understand that you don't have to have a closed
You don't have to have
circuit.
grounding.
You don't have to have a closed circuit. You can have an open circuit.
So you don't have to have grounding either, is what you're saying.
The simulation that I showed used grounding. I mean, it's
Well, there's no grounding here. This is the air. This one wire system, right? One potential, a positive hot leg hitting the neons, yet they're lighting up, you know, and there's no path for the potential to distribute into a lesser potential like ground.
Right. Yeah, ground. Yeah.
Which is the mind twister. How is that happening?
Yeah. That is
That's what we have to figure out, you know. I'm sorry, but I think we're the ones that have to figure this out. That somebody has to figure it out.
Who else?
Well,
we
no,
can,
I mean,
though.
if you figured it out, you need to be able to explain it too before you can claim that you figured it out. You have to be able to explain.
The group we've been participating can figure it out. You know what I mean?
Well, how is you got 2 kilovolts going, one hot leg of 2 kilovolts positive, no negative here, going into the one side, into the lights, right? And
are you talking about? Oh, that's
yeah,
just
your positive potential has nowhere to fill. It has no bucket to fill unless it's the air.
That's why the simulation where I showed that, like, in order to fill the bucket, you have to have capacitance.
And so the air must be acting like a capacitor.
I don't disagree.
Something is allowing your charge to go through those bulbs, and those bulbs are acting like a carrier for your charge.
I don't disagree, but honestly, bro, I can put these lights on opposite sides of the room and it still happens. So it's not the air between them.
Of course, the ground is the earth. It's everywhere. There's nowhere you could go where you're not going to be within range.
I agree. It's not the air between them, though.
The air must be having a connection to the actual earth somehow for this to happen.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
What that is, we have to figure out how that connection is made. And once we do, you can see where I'm going with this.
Absolutely.
Once we know how that connection is, because it's there, we could see it's there. There is a grounding to Earth through the air with a one wire potential positive, no negative on that AC signal here. It's just the top half or whatever, right, of the AC, however you want to explain it.
I disagree. Just because, like, when I was talking with Nathan in one of my videos, I was saying, like, they used to use a fence to use as a ground in the gutter. As long as it's not grounded, it would be a good aerial. And they put the crystal radio in between there. You know, so it's both ground and aerial.
Right. And aerial signals, they got they travel. They go through the air, right?
Aerial is positive, ground is negative, in my opinion. Right.
The air is the greater potential.
Yeah, from the triboelectric effect, just by air hitting certain objects.
It has to be.
It's gonna become positive. So
I can give a reason for why it has to be. People can't see the reason why it has to be. I can give that reason. You think that the Earth is the greatest mass within your locality, right? But the air, you think that the air has less mass and matter connected to it because it's not connected to Earth, right? But it's connected to every other planet in the galaxy around Earth. And that's where the greater mass potential comes from. And that's why the Earth is the lesser potential. Because the air is the middle man between Earth and every other single piece of mass within our space, time, or whatever you want to call it, our space.
May I say it'd be like a submarine guy going down, and saying that the water doesn't exist.
And
It's a
what I'm saying is
pressure
that
difference there
mass.
too, right? So yeah, air, the mass weighing down on you is a pressure, and yes, I agree.
And that mass, that air or whatever the air is receiving the potential from every other form of matter other than the earth, including the earth.
Yeah, I mean titles like for it to be related to moon phases has to mean something to me.
Right, because you got like large bodies of mass other than the earth all over the place. And
Yeah. So I agree.
you know what I'm saying? So they all combine to equal as a whole unit, the greatest potential. Uh, so basically, the greatest potential you can find in the entire our universe is the entirety of the universe itself is the greatest potential. The entirety of all the mass the matter in the universe, which equates to mass, energy also, and all of that is the combined potential value of that universe. So, like, if one planet, you're localized to one of these planets in that universe to that particular potential, right?
Let me
That
ask you a
planet has a
question
lower
that's
potential
hard, Mike.
to do all the rest, you know.
Just to ask you a quiz question. It's kind of difficult, but from the mass to energy conversion, is that energy kinetic or potential?
I think it could be a lot more than just those two. Because, okay, from mass to energy conversion, because mass is energy has mass, right?
I agree.
So, but before you have matter, you have to take the energy and convert it to matter. So, um, that's what I think is going on. So you have
So
energy
is the
building
chicken
up
before
and
the
to
egg?
form matter.
Like, it's hard to say if it's potential energy, then is the conversion without any acceleration. But once you have acceleration, that's where it becomes kinetic. So
Hmm.
it might be kinetic or
Yeah, I have no idea
chicken.
how the potential is turning into
Right,
kinetic energy.
right, right.
The closest thing I think is that causes the only thing I can think that could cause that is in a galaxy that's found resonance and balance. There has to be an exogenous potential to throw off that balance to generate the kinetic excess the unwanted kinetics, basically.
Do, can you agree that like atoms convert potential to kinetic and potential to kinetic all the time?
Say that atoms convert potential
Potential
to kinetic.
energy to kinetic energy into potential energy. Like atoms remain in spin because of that, right?
See,
Like
I'm not
on a
sure if an
physical.
atom has mass, though. I'm sorry, I'm not sure if an atom has any matter to it. I
Yeah,
think it just has mass, right?
that's the question, and like I
So
said,
if atoms just have mass and no matter, it doesn't matter because mass becomes matter by consolidating mass.
I agree.
Consolidated mass becomes matter. That's what I meant to say earlier. I couldn't come up with the right way to explain my opinion on this. When you
and and
consolidate mass
and
energy, it
yeah,
becomes matter.
yeah, and a lot of people don't even understand the difference between mass and weight. And weight is just your mass multiplied by small g, the acceleration that you experience towards the center of the earth.
Mm.
That's all weight is. It's
I
your
guess
mass.
you're saying weight is relative to your locality, I guess. Or
And yeah, in a way, like I was surprised to find out, like if you went to the poles, uh, and if you
it
went to
must be.
the
It
equator,
must be because you go to the moon, you're lighter. So if the
yeah,
moon exists, and they actually went there, well, they got lighter. So
this is kind of confusing to me, though. I learned that if you were to set up a pendulum on the poles and compare it to a pendulum on the equator, which one do you think would tick faster?
Yeah, I don't know because you get closer to the poles. I believe there's a greater centrifugal forces there. If not gravity forces, there's some kind of centrifugal forces. They don't have to be gravity though.
So would
But
you say that the pole pendulum ticks faster than the equator?
I would say there's a possibility if you get in the right spot, it won't move at all.
I'm saying you take one pendulum on the equator and you compare it to a pendulum on
Oh,
either
the equator.
pole.
The equator, yeah, that's different than the pole.
Yeah.
The
So which one do you think would tick faster?
one sitting close to the equator or one sitting close to the pole? I
Yeah.
think, offhand, I would say the equator would have more gravity on the pendulum and make it to move faster.
You're right. I actually assumed the opposite and I looked it up and I was
Really?
wrong. Yeah.
Oh,
Because
well,
you
the
think
equator.
magnetism's focused at the equators
You
or the poles. Sorry.
you got to throw you got to throw out the gravity from your thought waves because they tell you the equator is the gravity and all that, and that's where the water compresses and whatever. But it's really magnetics, not so much gravity. There's more gravity. There's more
See,
magnetism
I
on the
initially
equator.
thought that too, but if it were magnetics, then wouldn't the poles cause more dilation?
Well, no, the poles are the
The,
source of the magnetism, but it's coming
but
out
it's the highest
spirally.
density, at those points.
The equator is like is a capacitor for the magnetism. It's building up there, and that's
So
why it's stronger.
at the equator, you actually
But
have
it's
higher.
emanating from the poles, so
So that's the question. Like, if it's magnetism,
it's definitely magnetism, like some kind of a
it's both,
magnetic
dude.
wave or a
Like
signal wave.
electric is just the same, but people don't even like think like that,
Just
like.
call it a signal wave. Don't even call it magnetism. Call it a radio wave. Whatever it takes to
Yeah,
visualize it.
I mean, I'm not saying magnetism doesn't matter, but it's the kinetic side, and then you have potential with it, which is the charge.
Magnetism gets confusing for me because I think
magnetism is kinetic.
it's the end result of what formed from the conversion of charge to
Charge under
kinetic.
motion. Yes, it's the potential converted into kinetic. Like the potential is the charge, and the kinetic is the magnetism.
Right. So what I'm saying is the poles are releasing the charge, and as they
I think
spiral
the
outwards.
equators are releasing the charge.
No, I don't think so. I think the equator is collecting them, the charge, and
Because
building up.
charge and magnetism
That's where all the
wants to be
storms
90
are, right?
degrees. They want to be 90 degrees out of phase to each other. If you have a high concentration of magnetism, you're most likely not going to have very much charge.
You mean if the magnetism builds up at the equator, you're going to what? Block the charge from coming in, the new charge?
We know
Right.
the
I can
Earth
see
has
that.
magnetism on the North and South Pole. So if you take a 90-degree cut to that for charge, it's going to be on the equator.
A 90-degree cut from that would give you on the equator. Right. I mean, you're following the globe Earth, the geometry?
Yeah, if the North and South Pole are aligned on the top and bottom of the Earth, then it would make sense to me that the highest charge would be accumulated near the equator.
I see where you're going there. That's a good way of looking at it. That's a good angle. I see your view there. That's true. That's not easily seen, but I did see that.
Right. Yeah.
I did see that. The volt amps relationship at the 90-degree point at that angle anyway.
Absolutely.
I guess they call that a vector, right?
As long as it has magnitude, but it's a scalar without.
I mean, 90-degree is the prime angle for signals to emit, basically.
Yes, it's how they want to fraternize. They want to be.
That's how they sound off like that, right?
they want to be 90 degrees to each other.
You won't hear it if it's sounding off at 8 degrees or something. You probably won't hear it.
But you can artificially shape those forms too,
Would you say artificially shape them?
Yeah, you can
You mean
put
like
them parallel instead of 90.
right? Well, that wouldn't give you sound; it'd give you other results. Maybe tractor beam stuff and stuff like that.
That's
When
the
you make
Ghostbusters.
when you create narrow beams with enough, the right. The way I see that, where you're going there is like you got a soda can on the table. You need to create a signal wave that's the same dimensions as the soda can, and you need to up the amps until the soda can moves. That's it, and point it at the soda can, and make sure you're pointing it exactly at the soda can with the same dimensions as the soda can, and I guarantee you, the thing will move. Because the signal wave you're throwing at it is shaped like the soda can.
This
It
is
has
why, like, it's very difficult sometimes, like when Joe Fuchs on Nathan's show is talking about, wave
it's
particle.
the wave geometry.
It's like it's both though. I believe in the pilot theory, and it's from Bohm and De Broglie, and the pilot theory is both a wave and particle.
I've heard both those names. I don't know much about but I've heard those names before.
All they're trying to say is it's both. It's a wave and a particle.
Oh, well, that would explain why the wave has physical grasp when the wave geometry can actually match the object you're trying to move.
Exactly.
That would explain why it moves.
You can't have one without the other. It's both.
Mm.
And people, like I said, they think black and white, but there is a gray. Sometimes it's both, and just
because a particle has to have kinetics to it, right? The ability to
yeah.
move.
And as soon as it travels through the ether, it's going to be like a missile traveling through the air. It's going to have shock waves and stuff, and those shock waves we pick up as magnetic fields. A charge in motion.
So what's the deal with calling light a particle? Why do they call it a light particle? It's just a wave, a high frequency wave.
Because
of that, it's a particle?
the energy of the particle is so precise on a quantum level that they can literally like quantize it and make it a photon.
I have a hard time agreeing with calling light a particle because forever I see it as nothing but a signal wave.
I have to agree with you, Mike. I do. But that's the reasoning, I don't agree, but that's the reasoning. They say a photon has mass, or they say it has zero mass but momentum. But how do you have zero mass and momentum? Is just a headache.
Why does mass have to be a particle? Why does it have to be a particle? Why does it have to be matter? Mass is just mass. It doesn't have to be matter until you consolidate a bunch of it. Then I say, yeah, you're forming matter.
Yeah,
But they say that light, a single photon, has a particle.
Light is much different because I think of ether as a medium, just like when we speak through the air is the medium for you to hear me. I think ether is the medium for light to get to us. Okay, so we have to define ether at some level. What do you think ether is?
I'm still trying to figure that out. I know it's got something to do with the entire galaxy or the entire cosmos as a container.
Could you see it as a medium for light to travel?
What I've heard, the best explanation I've heard about light that makes a lot of sense to me in a weird way that I can't completely explain, but they say that light forms when the magnetic field wraps or curves in on itself. So a magnetic field is what's needed to form light, and the magnetic field needs to curve in on itself and basically compress in on itself.
Mike, I don't mean to be, but when does a magnetic field not curve in on itself, dude?
It always does, right?
That's why there's no magnetic monopoles. And once people, like with my electrets,
good point.
It's basically an ion.
Good point, but keep going. What are you getting at there, though? Like, yeah, all the magnetic fields curve in on themselves, but you're saying they don't emit light? They do. You can't see it. It's a different wave.
I did not say that. I think
Oh,
they are integral to producing light because light is both the
oh, you
electric
meant the
and
opposite. Okay,
yeah,
I see. So yeah, that makes more sense because it's just you can't see all the lights waveforms. They're just certain waveforms of light that we can see.
right. And with charge, you can have monopoles. That's the interesting thing about what me and Sean have been working
The
on.
electrics, you mean?
Yeah, because they can actually have, one sign like
You were saying
magnets.
that
Yeah, magnets.
they can
They're
have one
generally,
pole,
yeah, and it's
and that's
it,
interesting how they even do that because
right.
how do you keep the dipole from forming? You know, on
The
that situation.
dipole.
I mean, doesn't
Well,
nature want to contribute and just hey, thanks for creating a North Pole, but I'm nature here, and I have to I have to generate the South out of nowhere. You know,
that's the magnetic. Like we've been so infiltrated with magnetic science for over
probably.
100 years. Like all we think is magnetics, and still 99% of people would like just be like, "What the
So let's
fuck
say we
is
have a monopole that we could just make no problem with with an electric of some kind. What do you
right?"
do with it other than start spinning magnets on a wheel for free, right?
Okay, well, just for an example, just like an easy example, if you're gonna want to try to make a magnetic uh uh engine, okay, a magnetic motor just based off of permanent magnets, it's gonna take a lot of ingenuity compared to what you can do with just
Sorry, go ahead.
instead of compared to what you can do with just a monopole electret that's negative and a monopole electret that's positive is all
Hmm.
you need to perform the same function that you would have to do so many different crazy things to do it magnetically.
To
It's
spin the
almost
wheel and all that.
stupid. Yeah, it's almost stupid to try to do it magnetically. I mean,
So
I
you're
don't.
looking at solid state methods.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's impossible. I definitely agree it's possible, but it's just so impractical.
So you're
Like,
saying make a north electric and make a south electric, put the north over the positive terminal of a battery and the south over the negative, and you're done.
well, you're thinking polarity with magnets. I'm saying positive instead of north and negative instead of south. It's a chart like
Oh, okay.
Bernie, like Ben, he's
Okay.
like, what is an electret? But what is a magnet? Like the same question. So an electret is just a magnet, but instead of a magnetic field, it's an electric field. And if you know anything about like
Oh, okay.
if you know anything about middle school science with the fucking teacher rubbing their
Where's the
head with a
electric coming
balloon,
from, though? You charged it once, right? You created the electric, and
it's the
you're saying it just puts out a
ionization.
certain
Yes, you can
ionization.
have
Okay.
you can have monopoles because you ionize whatever aggregate you're going to use and you solidify it with a
You align
binder.
the ions or whatever in one
Yeah,
direction.
it's like a solid plasma. It just sits there and it's ionized.
Gotcha. And now you have your monopole. But
Right.
so I see. So it's 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 got to be doing the same thing a magnet's doing, though, because the magnet's
That's
doing
what
the
I'm
same thing.
saying. Yeah. And people are like, what is an electret? What is a magnet? Like,
Well,
let's be
it's just
honest.
ions aligned. When they're all aligned, the ether
Yeah.
can roll down that rail.
Yeah.
That's why a
It's
magnet
just
has a free magnetic. No matter what you do, it sits there pumping out a free
right.
magnetic field on your table for nothing.
Right. And people are like, well,
Because the
okay,
ions are
I
aligned
don't
in the
think
magnet,
magnets are going to make a
and the
difference.
whatever flow that goes through that magnet, wherever it comes from, it's able to flow because the ions are facing one direction.
That's it. And,
Right, I
and,
see that. I get all that part of it, but that must be. It's just hard to conceive that it's just that simple.
I know that's what I think is
You've been
blocking a lot of
brainwashed.
people.
We've been
They,
brainwashed to think you have to
they're like, is
pedal
it
that
really
wheel,
this
man.
simple?
You have to
It's like
pedal the
going to
wheel, dude.
Walmart and trying to choose between so many different like stuffings for Thanksgiving, and you're like, okay, I don't want too cheap, but I don't want too high. Let me shoot in the middle, or do I go high? Do I want some good stuffing? Or what do I do? It's analysis paralysis. Like it's really easy, you know. It's
The
so
law of
basic.
thermodynamics is basically suggesting you have to pedal the wheel.
It's basic. Yeah, and the laws of thermodynamics are all based off closed systems. Once you open the system with monopoles, it's a completely different ball game. I mean, it's very easy. That's all it really takes is to
How would
click
you
to
create a
understand.
monopole? So you wouldn't bother creating monopoles any other way than electrics?
It's the easiest way. I
The
mean, like
easiest
I
way.
said, I can make a monopole with magnets, but
I mean,
the
you wouldn't do it
easiest
with
way
with an inductor or some other way, or just
I
for any
could,
other reason.
yeah. I've got some things I'd like to go into in the future based off those lines, but right now, like it's
Right.
just basic physics. It's not even college physics. This is middle school where your teacher took a balloon and rubbed their head is where you learned about this stuff.
How
It's
strong of a
not
field you're getting off the electrics? Like how compared to a magnet that you get, like a ceramic or whatever?
well, that's what the material science like I was explaining to Nathan. It's just
Developing.
beginning. So
Right.
yeah, so I think titanium dioxide I could probably break air with maybe 15 kV.
You mentioned titanium dioxide before.
That's what I would go for like a static motor that has no input.
For an electric material, we use it.
Yeah, just having the electric positive and negative drive it. I would go with that type of material. But like I'm saying, it's an exploration. Like we started with magnets with just iron, so it's just
Right.
and I encourage anybody
Right.
that wants
Good
to do
point.
it to do it.
You know, the since the Neos came out, there's been nothing else, right? The neodymiums.
The Neo.
Yeah, I
Oh
mean, it's been
yes,
ceramic magnets forever, and first it was just your
right.
regular iron with a coil.
Barium
Then it became.
titanite's really interesting, but I can't comment on there because of Mike Faraday. But yeah, barium titanite's very interesting.
How old is the electric? How long has this electric thing been going on? You know, making electrics. How long has this been going on? A few
I think
years, a decade?
Heaviside was the first. Heaviside was the first to propose it, and
Oh,
then
it's
there's a
old.
Japanese guy. Over 100 years. Uh, from hearsay, I heard that Tesla started using electrics to insulate his transformers after he
Mm.
visited Stubblefield, because Stubblefield was using electrics to produce the Earth batteries that he was doing.
So Tesla was using polarized electrics to stabilize his transformers. Sounds like he was using
Yeah,
a field to confine another field.
it's like, how would you use magnets? Be creative. You know what I mean? Like,
You want to hear
how
a
many
good
things can you?
creative idea
How
with
many
magnets?
things can you do with
I got plenty of
magnets?
those.
You know what I
Here's
mean?
one.
How many ideas? And then, like, just think of the same thing with an electric field instead of a magnetic field. That it's
Check out this
endless.
idea. Check out this idea that doesn't even use a magnet, even though you can incorporate a magnet into this. You take a coil, a round coil, and as a stator, and you put in the middle, in the center of the coil, you shoot off a spark gap, and then you can mess with your magnets if that doesn't do anything. But if you hit a high
If I
voltage
may say,
spark
Mike,
center of a standard coil, you could expect that coil to pick up stuff.
if I may say, and I hate to say this because Tesla is one of those damn bastards that's always right, but Tesla did something similar and he called it a chimney. It's a
What?
spark gap
You're kidding
chimney.
me.
No,
I gotta hear about
that's
this
what I'm
one.
saying. Yeah,
He
he
did
would
something
send.
like that?
Yeah, he would send the spark through what
Huh.
he called a Tesla chimney. It was one of
Yeah,
his
no.
quenching methods.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
So there you go. I
yeah,
mean, there's these simple things that even you don't have to be a Tesla to think about it. I think I just proved that one out.
right. No,
You know,
that's what I'm saying. They're brilliant,
Tesla's
dude.
not that complicated. I've seen his three-phase generator system, and at first it's not
He,
so obvious. It's probably the most
he's
complicated thing
just a
he's made, though.
freak, though. Like, it's almost like he
He's very
documented
smart,
it.
though. I mean, the
Yeah.
three-phase system, that's
I think
incredibly
the whole
intelligent.
point of his patents was just to document it, to give it to us.
Probably.
Because he ripped his patent. He
You
died
can't let
poor,
something like the
bro.
three-phase generator slip under the rug, man. I'm sorry. That's just too good, you know? And if I
He
invented
saw
that
where it
shit,
was
I'm
going.
I'm getting it out there. I don't care. That's just too good, you know?
Yeah, but
But anyway,
Tesla, he's
no,
a
he
different.
did a lot of inventions that, the transformer was so good. Just his step up and step down. I don't think it was his though, but he made it popular. The transformer.
That's not what like. I agree, but even Tesla coils that people call Tesla coils these days are not the true Tesla coils, and I hate to say that because Sean is my best friend and Nathan I really respect and that whole community, but
I heard
those
Tesla
are
was
not.
making coils out of iron coils.
Those are not the true Tesla coils that where you deeply study Tesla. Those are not true Tesla coils.
So he
Is
wasn't
all I'm
using
gonna
copper.
say. Okay.
I mean, personally,
It's
I would
just
try iron. I think iron's a better thing to shoot with voltage than copper, even if it has more resistance to it. I don't care because you already know iron is the best flux generator, or
so
capacitor, whatever.
iron.
It holds flux.
So iron on either the primary or secondary of a transformer.
Yeah, I think it's the best. No, I mean just not just for containing the field and not letting it seep out into the atmosphere, but also making coils out of iron, and just finding other ways to insulate them. They use
Are
copper
you
though.
saying though use iron wire as a
Yeah,
primary?
iron windings instead of copper.
Yeah,
Why
that's
not? I
what
mean,
Stubblefield was doing.
yeah, I know. That's probably where I got the idea and thought it was such a good one because he wasn't using it to oscillate the coil. He was just generating power with the
No,
iron.
because just like there's
Was he
male metals and
oscillating?
there's male metals and there's female metals with alchemy. The male metals are alkaline and the female are acid. Like gold, copper, silver, they all absorb electrons. Stuff like calcium, potassium, sodium, they all donate electrons.
Right,
So
that makes sense. Sodium, right? Calcium.
those are all earthly metals because they donate easily to other
You know what you need to
metals.
spin
But
down a radical? You know what you need to do to spin down a radical, a radical, or a free radical? You need to donate electrons to it to slow it down.
yeah, and ammonia is a really easy way to do that too.
Ammonia. It's what is that? That's like I don't even know. I'm not good with chemistry. I just know that ammonia is like the fundamental in chemistry. One of the fundamental. It's the fundamental element for chemistry. I think it's hydrogen. No, mostly hydrogen. Ammonia. It's like a lot of hydrogen.
It's NH3, I think. So 3
Oh, there.
hydrogen to
One
nitrogen.
nitrogen.
But so it's I hate to say it, but if you let your pee stale, it'll make ammonia. You know, it's
The
not hard to
nitrogen
make
from the
ammonia.
air will bind with the
Actually, the
the
bacteria in your pee,
decomposition. It's
the
fermentation. Sorry.
bacteria, yeah, it's a fermentation. It's not, yeah, the bacteria in your pee takes the amylose enzyme and it converts the nitrogen into ammonia. And about a
That's
month
good
of
knowledge, but how do
fermentation.
you apply it to something in the general, you know, in general, like you got the knowledge, you want to
Okay,
make
so it's
concrete with
hydrogen
it.
rich, right? You know, ammonia is flammable, right?
Everything is a and when it's closer to its pure form, right? Like even zinc and magnesium, all that stuff will light up. Iron,
Yeah, but if you can just ferment your pee and get a fuel, it's an economical way to get fuel.
hydrogen, oxygen, you get any of those closer to the pure form of that element, it has energy density, I guess. Then it lights up. I guess so. That's not an application, I guess, unless you want to use combustion for transportation or something, or maybe chemical energy production, thermal chemical reactions. I guess there's a lot to know, man, in this electric field. It's what was that guy's name? Antonio Meucci. He was a chemist, right? And he created the first mobile phone, wireless phone in the 1800s. And he did it not with chemistry so much, but he did it with just a coil and a diaphragm.
But what you really want to, you want to repeat this process over and over and over. But what you really want to do is you want to go as fast as you can without a capacitor, for the simple fact is you want to put a lot of this radiant energy to the source.
So, I want to go over this single battery Bedini modification of the flyback capture system. Made a video about this a couple days ago. Here you have the correct version, and here you have the incorrect version. I would like to discuss or draw out here why it's, incorrect. And it's incorrect because it has only one switch on one side of the inductor, the negative side. And that's typically how you switch the Bedini SG monopole system, with a single switch on the negative of the battery or the source. Okay, this will not work because the flyback shorts itself out. Here you have the positive flyback, here you have the negative flyback. Here you have your positive from your battery. It places a positive here and a negative here when it's charging the coil. Okay, when it's not charging the coil, the polarity inverts, the coil loses charge, drops its field, flies back in reverted polarity. The polarity you see here, plus and minus. And the reason why the flyback gets canceled in this circuit with only one switch on the negative leg of the battery is because when the positive flyback goes out this way, comes across this diode to this point here, the negative flyback meets the positive flyback at the same point, and it gets canceled. That is the path of least resistance. The intention is to have it go this way. So the only way to do that is to add a switch right here. And that would be this circuit, which is correct. So again, you place your positive from your battery right here. And you do that when the switch is closed. Of course, both these switches are closing together with a double pole, double throw relay. And they close together with that relay. So when they close at the same time together, you'll charge up the coil with a positive and a negative. Okay? The negative does not go this way because of the diode. The positive does not go this way because of the diode. So the coil gets charged with the polarity of the battery. Charge is removed by opening the switches. Coil flies back in reverse polarity, giving you your positive here and your negative here. With the gates open, both of them, positive can freely go to this terminal of the battery, and the negative will not be able to meet the positive through this path and cancel out, but it will be able to go this way to the battery. So this is the correct way to do the single battery flyback system. It requires two switches on both poles of your source. So double pole, double throw switching. Short video for today. Short educational video for today for those who have gotten educated by this. It will be an educational video for you. And those who have not can watch it again. Hit me up on a live stream. Hopefully I can explain it to you. And yeah. There you go. Over and out.
You got two ways to do this. You can build it up in a capacitor, catch it, discharge it into the battery, and then you want to repeat this process over and over and over. But what you really want to do is you want to go as fast as you can without a capacitor, for the simple fact is you want to put a lot of this radiant energy to the source. Got
Testing 1, 2. 1, 2. Gonna look at this circuit here. From Miscellaneous. It's sort of a buck boost kind of thing. See what we can see here. Can't see the chat while I'm doing this, but give me a second. What do we got here? From what I understand, I forgot what he called it, ever something plug electrolytic carrier, a canister. That's pH polarized. One side is high alkalinity, and the other is acidic. And you got these diodes here. I was trying to do this with him when he was on the line, but he didn't want to, I guess. but I wanted to go over every part of the circuit with him and get the explanation. So here we have a 12-volt battery. There's your positive. Heading out this diode. Resistor. And until this switch comes over to here, wow, what is going on there? That's interesting. Well, looks like the 12 volts is charging the cap right now. And then the switch is going to flip over to here. And by doing that, whatever was in the capacitor will dump into the coil. And induce the coil, the primary, I'm assuming. And there's the secondary right here. To ground. Out through this resistor to the plug. Stepping up your voltage. Not all that confusing. So, yeah, very interesting. Very simple way of using a coil L1. Where's the R resistor load? There's coil here. So let's go step back here a second. Again, 12 volts positive, negative, pushes through here, polarizes one side with plus on the capacitor there, negative on this side, then the switch opens. The switch switches over to the other half of the circuit. And then whatever's in this capacitor, positive will go out this way and negative. And most likely this is a coupled coil, magnetically coupled, which means the turns are the opposite to the primary. Which means that the positive here will end up over here. Because the turns are inverted on the coil. And it's a wireless voltage transfer from primary to secondary, as well as polarity will flip if the coil's rotations are inverted. And that's what a coupled coil is. Coupled coil, like so, coupled partner coils, we call it. And what makes them coupled is magnetism, in my opinion. Because one is, how do I draw this? One is going clockwise, and the other one is going counterclockwise, which would be this way. And they're both wrapped around one iron core. And what couples them is the clockwise wound coil will give you the north here and the south here. And the counterclockwise coil will give you, with current flowing the same direction, will give you the north at the bottom instead of the top. And the south will be at the top instead of the bottom. And how does this couple these two coils? Well, because magnetism, you know, the opposites attract. And what do you have here at the top of the core forming from the two coils? You have a north and a south. And this and that south are going to attract each other and couple. So are the bottom pair of polarities down here, north and south. I mean, that's my understanding of what I think is going on regarding to why they call it coupled coils. So that's why your positive over here becomes a negative over here, because it's the turns are inverted. I'm sorry. That's why the positive on the right side here ends up on the left side on the top, on the other coil, the secondary, and then heads out this way, positive through the diode to give you your positive charge right here. I believe that says positive, or is it negative? I don't know. Oh, yeah, there's the negative. So that's probably positive. Yeah. And whatever load you put here, the positive will flow through the diode, through the load, and back through this diode here. Interesting. Where's the ground? Yeah, I don't know. That's where I get hung up. I always think you need to have somewhere for the positive potential to float to deliver itself to, which in my opinion is a lesser potential. Quick overview of that, I guess.